Brothers and sisters, there is an unprecedented wave of crime and violence taking place in Black communities across this nation. And young Black men are killing young Black men in unprecedented numbers. Never in the history of our sojourn in America have Black people been so destructive to one another. This wave of violence and crime that is sweeping our communities demands the attention of every preacher, every teacher, every religious leader, every civic leader. It demands the attention of government. For if this continues, we are on a path of total self-destruction. We must examine this problem, see what the cause of it is. Then we must apply the proper medicine that we may heal the Black community, that we may come up out of this condition and be a people worthy of the respect of the nations of the earth. Once every 24 minutes in America, a human being is murdered. That means that by the end of this year, approximately 23,000 persons will have died by murder. In the war in Vietnam, America lost 50,000 killed, 35% of which were Black people. So in 9 years of war in Vietnam, we lost approximately 2,000 lives. 20,000 lives. But of the 23,000 deaths that will occur this year, 55% of them will be Black people. And 96% of those Black people will have been killed by Black people. That means that this year, over half of 23,000, meaning 12,000 Black lives, will be lost. In 2 years, we will have murdered more of our own than we lost in 9 years of actual combat in Vietnam. What does that say? It is safer for us in a war zone than to try to live our lives out in the inner cities of America. This is tragic. According to statistics, a white woman has one chance in 606 of exiting this world by means of murder. A white male has one chance in 186 of exiting this world by means of murder. The Black female has one chance in 126, but the Black male has one chance in 21 of exiting this world by means of murder. That means 1 out of every 21 men in this audience tonight probably probably will leave this earth killed, not by an enemy, a known enemy, but killed by his own brother who doesn't recognize him as a brother. A young black man named Mr. Bush was shot down recently by 3 white police officers. Naturally, the coroner's jury always comes back with the same verdict: justifiable homicide. The community is enraged, as we should be. But brothers and sisters, if we are enraged over a white policeman killing a black youth, and whites have been killing us since our fathers set the soles of their feet in the Western Hemisphere, that is a natural pattern with them. So it's natural for us to be angry when they do it. But how much more upset should we be? Every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights, we send each other to hospitals in great numbers, but there's no marches, no protests, no nothing when we slaughter one another. As I was coming here on the plane, I picked up the Newsweek magazine, and in it, there was an article about the environment. And I think the title of the article was, "The Green is White." As I read in the article, it talked about white men and women, boys and girls who are very concerned about the environment, the poisoning of the air, the water, the earth. But what is little known is that in every major city in America, the toxic waste is dumped purposely where black people live. And in many communities across this nation, the toxic waste is seeping into the water supply. Many poor people don't have the money to buy one of these water purifiers. We take it for granted that the water coming from our spigot is a good water, and we're drinking death. We're breathing death because nobody cares about black human life. They want to purify the water, the atmosphere. But when black people talk to the Greenpeace people about the environmental suffering of black people, they were not prepared to deal with human suffering from toxic waste, because white people thought more of cleaning up air and water for them rather than saving black lives and a dime from the dumping of toxic waste. America loves profit more than people. What has happened to human beings that we think more of things than we think of people? So to make a profit, people will cook your food with chemical death, sell it to you, make you buy your own death. You don't study chemistry. You don't read labels. You eat food and die. Carcinogens. Because the merchants of death who love money more than people are poisoning the food, the water for profit, feeding hormones to chickens and pigs and cows. Somebody said, what is this? This is the teachings of Honorable Elijah Muhammad through his minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. That's what it is. You can go. I don't care. It's probably not for you anyway. Fattening them faster than nature would fatten them, to get them to the market quicker, to make a bigger profit, and your children are eating this kind of meat, and you are eating this kind of death, dealing destruction. And you wonder why you're spreading quickly. Your children at 8 and 9 years old developing bigger breasts than many of you had at 30. Talk to me. Your little young girls walking around with a cabbage patch doll in one hand and a sanitary napkin in the other. 9 years old, 10 years old, not having the wherewithal intellectually to master and discipline their own bodies, and no parents around to supervise the children. So now the babies are giving birth to babies because we don't care anymore about life. We care more about money. I want to talk to you tonight about stopping the killing. Now, for all of you, for all of you who are familiar with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, I'm sure you've seen this. I'm sure you already know what we've learned from this video as a whole people, as an entire people. Um, and since this is something that has changed my life, something that has taken over my life, I would like to show you some different things. This is not just for Black people alone. I also want to show white people why they are in the condition that they're in. They might not want to hear it. They might not like what I'm gonna show you. They might not like what I have to say about it. But if you can just for a moment put aside your pride, your ego, and your narcissistic values, maybe you might be the hope for your people. But if you are one of those people who believe that no one can teach you and there's no one above your thought and you've got it all figured out, then this is not going to help you. This is not going to help you. Everything that the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is about to say, it'll do nothing but upset you, and it'll get in the way of progress in this video. So I'm going to play the video. We're going to do some stopping. I'm going to be doing some reading from the comment sections. I'm going to do a lot of engaging with my followers. I'm going to do a lot of engaging with those who see this, because this is very, very important for what's going on right now between the relationship, the so-called relationship between Blacks and whites. And
I don't want to take up too much of your time. I really want you to get as much of this as you can. I'll be live all day. So you'll be able to come back and you'll be able to tune in to some more videos. But all of these are education for us on how to best deal with this wicked program that we are under right now. We're under programming, family. We've all been programmed. Every last one of us that are watching this, we've all been programmed. And my job is to try to help you unprogram yourself.
Tonight, as we speak to each other in the Persian Gulf and in Saudi Arabia, 200,000 or more American soldiers stand ready to bleed their lifeblood out, not for a genuine principle, but to bleed their lifeblood out because Mr. Bush says our way of life is threatened. I asked Mr. Bush, when you use the possessive pronoun our, whose way of life are you talking about? Certainly, you cannot be speaking for black people in America. Our way of life is not threatened. Our way of life is now threatening. It is difficult to live in America. We live under the very shadow of death. What will we be there dying for? And did you know, according to figures I have received, 60 to 65% of the soldiers there are black. Oh, they deny this. It's not so. But the press admits and the politicians admit that there's a disproportionate number of black brothers and sisters in Saudi Arabia. I asked Mr. Bush if we are there to protect the vital interests of America. When has America made black people and our suffering vital interest to this nation?
Come on. And that's a good question, family. When has America made us the vital to this nation? It's a fair question. We deal with you every day we wake up. We have to deal with you at the gas station, at the grocery store. We have to deal with you dropping off our mail. We have to deal with you on the phone just to get unemployment because we can't find a job. We have to deal with you everywhere we go. And yet you say that it's us, that it's us being hateful towards you, that it's us who don't like you. No, man, your policies, your your school systems, your whole entire way of life has been shaped against us, black people. I'm talking to white people. So for you to understand our struggle and why we come across the way we do, some of you have run into us here lately dealing with these different issues like the Karmelo Anthony issue. Some of you are dealing with us online for the first time. Some of you only deal with us when you are upset that we've done something towards you. That's the only time you deal with us. You cannot deny that. Some of you only deal with us when it's time to vote. Some of you won't even talk to us until you want to know if we can help you sway the government with your agenda. And so you come and you pander and you try to act like our friends. We know this is not something that we lying on you about. We know this to be true. You'll do it again after this. In another 6 months, we'll have another issue that white people don't want to live with, and they'll need a few extra votes. Why do you think they're fighting so hard in certain cities and towns to even keep black people from voting? So this is a very, very profound discussion that the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is having with the people. And for those of you who don't understand, this is the video you need to watch. Because by the end of this video, I'm telling you, either you are ignorant or you just don't want to understand. Because this will be laid out plain enough that even a fool, even a baby, will be able to understand.
And if America does not think enough of us after we built the country, our slave labor built the country. And the money that they kept back from our fathers by fraud and deceit fueled the agricultural economy of the South. And the money that they robbed our fathers of was used to finance the industrial revolution of the North. We have fought, bled, and died in every war for America. We have slaved and suffered to build a nation that we cannot enjoy. We live in Las Vegas, but the money is on the strip. But just a few blocks away, we live in abject poverty. If we are not the vital interest of this nation, then we must not go or send our sons and daughters to protect their vital interests. Let Mr. Bush send his sons. Let Mr. Bush send his daughters. Let the rich send the rich and bring the poor soldiers back home.
I think that's fair. I don't think that's out of the ballpark of thinking. You know, if black people have done these things, if we've helped build a country, if we've died and we've fought and we've bled to help sustain the country, and you go to war, and the first people you want to be on the front line is black people, then don't you think that now that we see our eyes are open, that it is time for a new program? Under the old program, we have absolutely come out with nothing. Under the old program we've been operating under, we've come out with absolutely nothing. And the more we continue down the road, we see it when we deal with you. You don't want nothing to do with us. White people, I'm talking to you. For those of you who actually are watching this because you want to learn. See, I'm this man asked me, who am I talking to? I have over 2,000 followers, brother. I'm talking to 2,000 potential followers who will either watch this live or they will come back and watch the recap. And those are the people that I'm talking to. Thank you for your question. But we must think, man, about a new program. And that's what this video and all of the videos that I'm going to be streaming today, that's what they're going to be talking about. Is the cause and effects of a program that was not built with us in mind. You cannot deny that. When this program was built here in America, it didn't have us in mind. It was for white people, and it's still for white people. We know it. We see the biases, and we understand what we're dealing with. So you cannot get upset with us when we choose Farrakhan as our leader. You're really a foolish people, because if you had any sense and you really didn't want us to listen to Farrakhan, maybe you would change your ways. But you don't have the capacity to grab a hold of what this man is trying to say, not to us, but to you. Your ego, your pride, the position that America is allowing you to stay in won't allow you to listen. And that's going to be your destruction. Your stubbornness, stiff-necked, and hard-heartedness against a suffering people whom your ancestors put in this situation. And you think because you had a government that did a couple of things to get things halfway right, you think that we should be satisfied when you're not even satisfied with what the government has done for you. You're not even satisfied. How in the hell can you expect us to be satisfied with a government that you're not even satisfied with? She's not even supplying you jobs anymore. It's hard for your own people to stay employed. There are more today white people that are unemployed than there have ever been in the United States history. Well, that's nothing new for black people. We've always struggled with either finding or keeping employment. And so here we are, back at that man that you just don't like. Everything you do that is wrong, white people, against another people, God is watching. You cannot take your power that God has blessed you with. God bestowed the power upon you, white people, and you abuse your power by trying to rule over a people that you deem lesser than you based on your fear of letting them go, giving them an equal opportunity, and your fear of them being different than you.
Now, don't say I'm unpatriotic. Don't you dare say that. Say that I am standing for the poor. Who did Jesus stand for? What did the scripture mean when it said, blessed are the poor? Nobody poor is blessed in their poverty, but the poor are blessed because out of the poor came a deliverer. Jesus didn't come from the rich. He came from the poor for the poor. So if I seem to speak out for the poor, I just say I'm walking in the master's footsteps. The price of oil could threaten America's economy. So America has to keep a certain control in the Middle East so that the price of oil may not go too high and threaten America's delicate economy. But America doesn't think that way where third world economies are concerned. America depresses the sugar market so that those economies based on sugar cannot build their own countries by the sale of sugar. America depresses cocoa and coffee. America depresses bauxite and rubber on the world market so that Europe and America can live at the expense of third world nations. America has never wanted the Arabs to have complete control over the pricing of their own commodity oil. But America takes the raw materials of Africa, Asia, Central and South America, and the Caribbean and buys it from the third world people for little or nothing and brings it to America and to Europe and then manufactures it and then sells it back to the poor people at high prices. Then comes the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. So the third world countries have to borrow themselves into debt that they will never get out of. Devalue their dollars, devalue their currency. While America lives in luxury at the expense of the poor of the world. But the poor Americans, the poor Americans, the poor blacks, the poor Chicanos, the poor Native Americans, the poor whites are taxed to the hilt, and the government is about to close down even as we speak because Mr. Bush does not want to tax the rich who are more able to pay a tax than the poor and the working class people of America. Mr. Bush, in his hypocrisy, trying to make black people think that he is different from his predecessor. Mr. Reagan did everything in his power to turn back the hands of time. Our brother Thurgood Marshall, the only black man on the Supreme Court, said a few years ago that the Ku Klux Klan no longer wears white. The Ku Klux Klan is wearing black these days. The robes of Supreme Court justices, bringing up conservative legislation to turn a judgment, to turn back the hands of time. And so when Teddy Kennedy brought up some legislation in Congress that could reverse the evil of the Supreme Court, our friend Mr. Bush threatened that he would veto the Civil Rights Bill of 1990, though no black leader sees it as a quota bill. No intelligent white leader sees it as a quota bill. But Mr. Bush is going to veto the Civil Rights Bill at the same time that thousands upon thousands of black men and women sit in the Arabian desert to bleed their lifeblood out for some oil for Mr. Bush and the rich. I said, bring your sons back. Don't ever send your son to fight for this wicked enemy. This is why they don't like Farrakhan. It's not that Farrakhan is a teacher of race hate. It is not that Farrakhan is an anti-Semite or a bigot. It is that Farrakhan knows the truth. That same truth that Jesus said, you shall know. And that truth would make you free. But the difference between me and my brothers and sisters who know the truth and who quake and shake in fear to speak the truth. The scripture said, how can they know except they have a preacher? How can they have a preacher except he be sent? The slave master.
Thank you, family. I just want to stop for a moment, and say, this is a wonderful, wonderful message from a wonderful, wonderful man who loves the people, who has a heart and a mind for the people. And right now, he's showing you, it's 2026, and he's showing you in so many different ways how things still are the same. It's almost like he was talking about Donald Trump. It's almost like he was talking about just about every president that we've had since Reagan. Nothing has changed for Black people. What's changed for you, white people, is different. We don't have the same experiences in America. I think you should know that. The only reason I'm spending time even explaining this in this way is because I know Black people don't even know. A lot of us don't know. We don't know that it's not that, this is something that just happened overnight. This is something that is systemic. Racism in America is systemic. It's larger than someone looking at you at the corner store because you're Black and saying, I don't like him based on his Blackness. No, it's bigger than that. And what I want you to understand is that the programming that this system is operating under, it will always be against Black people. It was created and designed in a way that doesn't benefit Black people at all. But I also want to share this message because, white people don't have a lot of time left. A lot of them know it. I was on a white man's page just the other day, and there was a young white man with very kind who spoke out to a Black man, and he said to him, he said, man, we know that our rule is coming to an end. We know that. We see it. It's been prophesied to us as white people that Black people are gonna eventually rule over us. And he looked at this Black man and he looked him in his eye and he said, man, and as you enter into your rule, he said, I just want you to do one thing for me. And the Black man said, what's that? He said, I just want you to do one thing for me. He said, please don't treat us in the manner and way that we treated you when we had rule. And I really thought to myself for a long time on his response, because if he could think to ask for such a favor from a Black man as that, if he could think about that, then he could get up and go change the condition that we're in. If he recognizes everything that he said is true, then he could fix it. But just like in the Bible, God hardened Pharaoh's heart. God hardened his heart. Pharaoh's heart is hard, just like it is today. Some of you white people can have the truth right in your face and you'll go with a lie. I've watched how you do it. And it's not that we don't all do these things sometimes. It's that you are the world leader and you parade yourself as a self-righteous person, a self-righteous human being. And yet we openly see you every day doing evil. So it's very hard for us white people to side with you on your ignorance of what you're doing. So the reason you don't like the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is because I'll tell you why you don't like him. It's not because you really believes that he actually hates you because you're white. It's because he speaks to white value in a way that puts life into a perspective of God. And it challenges you to either become better, do right, or suffer the consequences of God's wrath. And you don't like knowing that it's a power out there stronger than yours. This is why you are so uh, encouraged to try to figure out what this wheel is up in the sky that's occupying your airspace. You don't like knowing that there's power out there that is better than yours and stronger than yours, and you can't stop it from doing what it's doing. We see that as well. We see you don't like when someone else has more power than you. And that's something that black people live with every day. But we're really not alike at all. We're not the same. We're not the same, but we should be able to understand each other. We really should be able to understand each other even if we don't like or love one another. That's what this is about. It's about what you call making America great. There's only one way to make America great, and that is to give justice to those whom your great 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 grandfathers and grandmothers didn't give justice to. Until you do right by the people that you don't think you're responsible for, you don't think you have nothing to do with that, you just as innocent and just go right out that door in the morning mistreating black people. But you don't do no wrong. And everything you do to them is justified because you white. You got to stop thinking like that. I'm not here as your advocate. I'm not your advocate. But I am relaying to you the same words in a different manner that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, through his minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, has tried to talk to you about and deliver to you. You only have a little time left, and you think it's some civil war that's coming. There will be nothing civil about the war that's coming. And you have so much to lose. No one else but you. You have a lot to lose. But the world don't have nothing to lose. You've taken it. You've taken everything. So remember, war takes on a whole different meaning when you have made yourself to become the enemy of the world. It's not just black people who have a problem with you. You've raised hell everywhere you've set your feet. That's just a fact. You raised hell. Killed people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in such a way that there's never been a mass murder like that at any time, any place, anywhere by any other people. You occupy that space. So the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is your last warning. And you don't like that posture, your last warning. You don't like that. You don't like to feel like that's the position people try to put you in because you usually are the one who giving the last warning. But God is on the scene, whether you believe it, whether you like it or not. God is on the scene today. And he has a message for you if you would but listen. You still have a chance to get right, to do right. But it's going to take for you to listen and obey the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad through his minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. That's the only exit you have. You don't have no other exit. And for you black people, first of all, I love you with my heart and my soul. And I thank Allah that, you know, we're growing mentally. We're growing spiritually. I see it every day how we are becoming more unified in terms of not only our understanding because we're reading now. You're not dealing with a people who don't read now. We read and we read well and we comprehend well and we digest a little different than a lot of people. And I'm very proud to see the direction that we're going in. I just want you to know that, black man and woman. Um, as I turn on this video, I want you to really think about acting on a lot of what you hear. What makes some of us different than others is our willingness to act on what we hear. We're not only drunk off of the words, but we're drunk off of knowing that there is a possibility that we can make the word come to pass.
His children are not going to send you a preacher to free you from them. Only God will send that kind of man. They are hot with me. But I have to tell the truth. Right now in Las Vegas, 103,000 black people live in Las Vegas. 25,000 blacks live on the west side, predominantly black community. But 40% of the blacks in Las Vegas are unemployed. 60% of the black youth from 16 to 25 are unemployed. Nobody cares if we have no jobs. We can't make a future for ourselves. Nature makes us gravitate toward the female and makes her gravitate toward us. We can't control that. That's nature. Nature makes us fall in love. We can't control that. That is God's doing. And when people say they love each other and come into close contact with each other, relationships begin, and from that comes the procreation of human life. We can't help that. But the sad thing is that even though we are driven by nature's law to meet and love and cohabit one with another and to produce new human life, we don't have the wherewithal mentally, nor the education necessary, nor the jobs available to allow us as black men to take care of what we bring into the world. So the black man is under an extraordinary amount of stress. We are dying from stress and stroke, high blood pressure. We are so filled with confusion and doubt of self that we become drunkards, and nobody closes the liquor stores in our community. They proliferate, so we are steadily drunk, dying because we're drowning our sorrows in alcohol, dying because we're drowning our sorrows in reefer, dying because we're drowning our sorrows in crack cocaine, dying because we do not know who we are, what our capacity is, what our gifts are, the opportunities, even if white folk don't make them for us, that there is the possibility of our creating opportunity for ourselves if leadership would show us the way. But the same government that sends our sons and daughters to die, that same government plans and plots against our leadership. You know, the head of the sperm carries the potential development of that human being. The tail of the sperm gives it mobility so that when it is cast into the hostile environment of the vaginal tract, that sperm may be able to swim toward the egg, that it may start life. God allows the sperm to meet with ovum in a dark place, and the first cell of life is created. And when that cell of life is created, a tiny drop of blood is formed, and it begins to spin in the darkness of the womb, even as the planets spin in submission to the light of the sun. As that tiny drop of blood begins to rotate in the darkness of the womb, because in the darkness of the womb and in the cell at the nucleus, there is the presence of light. Letting us know that no matter how dark the situation is, there's always light in the darkness. If we would not despair and give up hope that there is light there, if you can find the light and bring light up out of darkness. When the cells begin to multiply, the first thing that is formed is the head. Because until the head is formed, The arms and the legs cannot be called into existence. So the first thing that forms in the darkness of the womb is the head, and it is the head that calls the other members of the body into existence. And so it is that you are born with a head to see for the body, hear for the body, smell for the body, chew for the body, speak for the body, think for the body. And the body is grateful when you got a good head on your body. So it is with a people. It is God who gives you this head. It is God who gives the sperm its head. It is God who gives to people their leadership, true leadership. Are you listening? Now, I want to make a point. If an enemy wants to keep you from developing as a people, they must keep true leadership from you. Once the true leader is born, he calls into existence the arms and the legs. He organizes his people, and they become a people. And this is why in the book called Genesis, excuse me, I'm getting excited. In the book called Genesis, which is called one of the first of the 5 books of Moses. Why would you call it one of the first books of Moses when Moses wasn't around in the Genesis? But Moses was talking to people about the Genesis. Listen good now. Moses was dealing with an enslaved people, and he was telling them, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. But the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and God said, let there be light. And there was light. Why, Moses, would you start off with the Genesis with your people? Because no people that are not free have begun yet. You do not begin your journey to life enslaved. You begin it when you become free. And in the word Genesis is the word genes. Gene. And in the genes is the coding of the human being. Its sickness, its health, its wealth is locked up in the genes. God is saying to Moses and through Moses to an enslaved people, look, slave, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth. That as you have a heaven above and an earth beneath, you have a relationship between heaven and earth. Otherwise, nothing can be produced without that relationship. It is the sun and the moon that draw the water up from the surface of the earth. Without the sun and the moon, the waters could not be drawn up into the earth's rotation, which is called gravitation. In a fine mist that the naked eye can hardly
All
detect,
praise is due to Allah, brother.
forming what you call clouds. And when winds blow the clouds, they come over a dry, dead earth. And when the cloud is filled with water heavier than gravitation, the cloud distills the water back to the earth. And the water from the cloud touches the seed in the earth. And the sunlight strikes the earth, germinating the seed in the earth. And then the seed swells and bursts, sending a root down and then a shoot up. But if heaven didn't work together with earth, we could never have come up out of the earth. We could never feed our bodies to stay alive on the earth. But it is heaven and earth working together that produces what we call the quality of life. Everybody all right? Just bear with me. So as God created heaven, sun, moon, stars, planets, earth, established a relationship between the two. God creates man with a heaven part and an earth part. But the heaven must work together with the earth to produce the same kind of effect. What must be in the brain of the human being is what the sun represents. You gotta have a mind lit with the light of truth, knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Then the body working together with the light of the sun is the heaven working with the earth, because the body comes from the earth. The bones are from the earth. The blood is from the water of the earth. But the brain cell can contain the light of knowledge. And when those two work together, the human being can grow up from the earth to become a reflection of God Himself. Are you listening? Don't go to sleep, brothers and sisters. This is not too heavy for Las Vegas. It's not Baccarat. It's not blackjack. This is going to get right home to you in just a minute.
It's already home to us. I just want to pause right there. Assalamu alaikum, my brother. And those words just simply mean peace be unto you. Family, he's talking to us. He's talking about the nature of God and how we are in relation to that nature. And he's talking about the makeup of the earth that only Allah could create. And he's telling you how that makeup is in you and how you are related to the makeup of the earth. You, black man and woman. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is such a powerful orator and speaker, and he's also relevant. His words are never outdated. You may hear Bush, you may hear Reagan, but we know he's talking about Biden and Trump and all the rest of them. All praise is due to Allah. This is the messianic word of Almighty God through a man whom we don't worship. We don't worship our brother. He's a brother just like us, but we worship the God that sent that brother, that lives in that brother, and we try to take on the understanding of our teacher, and we try to act on what that teacher is saying. because what he's saying not only will save our lives, but it'll teach us how to go out and save lives as well. This is a powerful, powerful, powerful message, and it's relevant. And I pray, inshallah, that we don't get caught up on religion, and we don't get caught up. He hadn't even spoken on anything like that, but he's already touched me in such a way with this message that I'll probably have to go back and watch it again. But every time I watch something of the ministers, it could be, the sixth or seventh time I watch this one video, the same video, and I'm always getting something new from it. Just like when I read Message to the Black Man, right now I'm reading it again and I get something new every time I read it. All praises due to Allah. So we're gonna talk. We're gonna have some talking points. But right now the minister is talking about who we are. All praises due to Allah, family. Um, he's talking about who we are. And brother, I've been welding all my life since I was 17. So I don't have very good eyesight. Uh, Sometimes uh it gets blurry, and then I'll blink a couple of times and things will clear up. But that's just due to me watching the light for so many years and getting flash burns and stuff like that. So let's just get back into this message that is life changing for us.
You sure do. We will, sister. Just be patient. We're working on that problem right now. Sister said we got an inferiority complex. Got a lot of Uncle Tom mentality. She said, help us get rid of that. I told her we're working on that problem right now. Working on it right now, my sister. Now look at what the scripture says. The earth was without form and void. Why are you telling us that, Moses? A slave people who don't have enlightened leadership are without form and voided. But until God's Spirit moves on the face of the waters, meaning when God's Spirit comes among the people, he will raise one up from the people as he drew Moses up out of water. He's making a leader for slaves. You're not going to be nothing in this world until a leader comes up. Not any leader made by your enemy, but a leader born of the Spirit of God. Are you understanding me? Now look, I'm not going to keep you here too long.
I just want to pause and thank each and every last one of you all. For those of you who don't know, my name is Brother Yaya. This is Buried in a Shallow Grave. And I'm working on just trying to be more in depth with my followers. Like I said, I have a little over 2,000 followers, and I don't want to be so separated from you. And I want to be helpful to you. And so we're always going to do a lot of enlightened lectures, enlightened speeches, and then we're going to reflect. We're going to talk over them. We're going to leave comments. We're gonna talk about it. So I just wanted you to know that, and that I thank you so much for tuning in. I have had at least 20. Um, I'll read that in just a second, brother. I had almost 20 steady followers who were watching this video for a long while. I just want to thank each and every last one of y'all as we continue to try to make this successful. Brother said, all we need to do is be quiet and support Black-owned businesses. We are in a new renaissance. Spread the word. Brother, you got it. Or sister, you have it. Thank you. Thank you for your message.
But what I'm saying to you, Las Vegas, is that every time we produce a leader that could pull us together, the same government that sends our boys and girls to die plotted to kill our leaders. That's what I'm saying to you. This is not your friend that you're fighting and dying for. This is your worst enemy that you're fighting and dying for. And don't get scared. Listen.
Some of you might say, well, he's trying to do, it's gonna be white people who are gonna say that he's trying to divide us by saying that, by him saying that, you know, we're your enemy. He's trying to divide us, but you are our enemy. You have been. You mean to tell me we don't know our enemy when we wake up in the morning and go to work, and we have to deal with you every day? We don't know how you treat us and how you manipulate things so that things work out in your favor, and how you talk about us behind our back, how you lie on us and plot and make it look like we did something that we didn't do, and now we got to be the upset Black man or the upset Black woman. Even that phrase itself came from you. We didn't create that. You did. You mean to tell me we don't know our enemy when we see it or her? So why shouldn't we listen to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan? He's teaching us not how to beat on you. He's teaching us how to deal with you best. He's not teaching us how the best way to hurt you. He's teaching us the best way to stop hurting ourselves. All praise is due to Allah.
I don't want none of the leaders to get frightened. Because I'm doing the talking, brother. You can tell them you didn't know what I was going to say. But I'm going to prove my point, brother. I'm going to prove my point, brother. Because I don't want you to doubt me. And I know you don't. You don't doubt me at all. You may be a little afraid. But I want you to challenge your fear. Because the scripture says the fearful and the unbelieving will have their part in the lake that burns with fire. We come too far along the road to be afraid today. Because if God is for us, who can be against us? So look, bear with me now. You know, Nat Turner was a leader that came from us. Then Mark Vesey was a leader that came from us. Booker T and W.E.B. Du Bois were leaders that came from us. Come on. Marcus Garvey was a leader that came from us. But every time
I have to stop because Nat Turner is somebody a lot of people don't know about. I just want to give you a little background on. You might hear the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan acknowledge a lot of Black leaders that lived prior to him. Somebody that he's talking about might sound like Denmark Vesey, Nat Turner, Sojourner Truth, Booker T. Washington, and the likes. Oh, and we also, well, there's many. But my point is, Nat Turner was a slave whom, in a quick story, so that black people can understand it, was a black slave who basically got sick and tired of suffering at the hands of white people. He got so tired that he rose up a revolution to annihilate his enemy. And how he did that was violence. And telling this story to a group of people for the first time, I found that they felt so much, they had so many mixed feelings about what Nat Turner did to white people that they never took the time to think about what the people had done to Nat Turner in order for him to be that way, in order for him to go out of his way, kill mother, father, sister, brother, children, dog, cat, everything there. Nat Turner wanted to annihilate. And it was out of the effects was Nat Turner. The cause was what the slave masters had done, not only to Nat Turner, but to his family and other slaves who were around. Nat got tired. So it is today with black people. Many of us are tired. And we understand now that the way Nat Turner went about what he did won't receive the impact that we're looking for. We just want freedom, justice, and equality. We're not like white people. We don't want to see you dead because of what you've done. We don't have that kind of spirit. What we want to do is stop killing each other long enough so that we can have a discussion with each other, a lasting discussion that'll benefit us, our people, and our community. We're living in a time where black people are actually living that out. All over, man, we having conferences and meetings and workshops where black people are meeting up and we're talking and we're discussing business and we're discussing land and we're discussing history and how to follow in the footsteps of some of our prior leaders, like even Nat Turner. Uh, I respect Nat Turner. I don't care nothing about what happened to the people that he killed or the children, because all I can think about is what happened to Nat Turner. That's the kind of black people we're gonna need. Straightforward. I'm just being honest with you. That's the kind of black people we're gonna need to win this revolution. You have to have the mind for your people, but you don't want to see people dead. You don't want to kill nobody unless somebody trying to kill you. Now, if they can't keep their hands to themselves, which seems like is the case today, white people keep putting their hands on black people everywhere you look now. There's a video of a white person at a store or a white person at the car wash or wherever they are. I've even seen one where they was on the middle of the highway and the white man got out of his car, walked up on the black man and got beat up. It's sad that For this long, this man, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, has been here as a warner, not only to black people, but to white people, a messenger, if you will, uh, to in the footsteps of his teacher, to let you know the time in which we live. I've watched for at least 11 years where the solution to a problem can be right in the face of white people, and out of ego and out of pride, they won't accept it. But they don't even have the answer. But it's better than accepting an answer from somebody that they deem less than them. This is the message of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. God has used the lesser things of the world to confound the wise now. We're living out what the Bible really is saying, but the people don't hear it. We're going to continue doing this, and we're going to continue to listen to the minister, and we're going to continue to feed on him, and we're going to continue to have dialogue around him, because at the end of the day, the only program that's working for black people is the program of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Now, I don't care what name you going under today. I love you as my brother. You welcome on this channel. If you're a black man and you organized and you have put yourself in a position to where you're surrounded by your people and you're willing to help your people out of the condition that they're in, you welcome on this channel. I don't care what tribe you from. You welcome here, black man, black woman. Because I know at the end of the day, and I have to say this, thank you, family. I have to say this, and we can dialogue on it. I don't want to fight and argue with you, but I'm willing to have a strong dialogue about this. There's really not a teaching as programmed as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's that outdates the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Let me say that again. There's not a teaching or a program or an organization or a group of people that have the philosophy and the wisdom and the track record that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has under the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad through his minister, the Honorable Minister Farrakhan. There's not one that predates the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's just a fact. So I really don't get upset when you come, as a Hebrew Israelite. I don't get upset with you if you come, as a 7-day Adventist. I don't trip if you come as a Christian. I don't trip with you if you come, as an Orthodox Muslim. Do you like truth? Can you handle truth? Are you willing to submit to truth? Now, if we have some things that I say 5 plus 2 is 7, and you say 6 plus 1 is 7, I'm not going to waste my time. I have bigger fish to fry. You understand? Waste of my time. All praise is due to Allah. And with 2,000 followers, I feel like if I don't stand for something, I'll fall for anything. Today, we're living in a time where people are copping out. And I don't want to be a part of that number. I just want to help my people. And I can't do that without the teachings of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And I really have to come all the way into it because you can't stand on the sidelines with these kind of teachings. You got to be willing to pay the price. And I was born, just like my minister said, I was born to fight this fight. I'm not afraid to die for what I believe in, for my people, to see them liberated, to see them free. I'm not afraid to get behind this man. Not only because I see that his program works, not only because I see that the program I've been operating under doesn't work, although both of those truths are true, but also because I believe with my entire heart, soul, mind, and body that God sent the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to Black people. I believe that. I can prove it, but it's just something I want you to come into the knowledge of as you listen and watch the program of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad through his minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, unfold. I want you to see it for yourself. There's not a program out there that can take a gangster like me. I was a straight up gangster, man. You didn't want to see me 11 years ago. You didn't want to have no problems with me. But today, I'm just grateful that Almighty God Allah has allowed me to be introduced to such a wonderful man as the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And to be introduced to his teachings is to be introduced to him and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad as well. So this teaching actually works, man. It took me from being a part of a world where all we did was harm each other. It took me from there, these teachings, in such a way that it don't make me want to act like other than myself. It won't, it allows me to be myself. It allows me to accept my own. And that is powerful. That's very powerful because I've never been able to accept my own because I didn't know who I was. You can't accept something about yourself if you don't know it. And I never knew that the black man was God. You understand? I never knew that when Jesus said, "Greater things shall ye do," he was really meaning that literally. I didn't know that. I didn't know that I was the direct descendant of God himself. I didn't know that. And when you even thought about it, coming into that kind of knowledge, when you first thought about it, you felt arrogant. Now, here's a people who ain't never been nothing, hearing for the first time that they are the direct descendants of God himself, that we are the original man, the Asiatic black man, the owner, the maker, the cream of planet Earth. I didn't know that. I didn't understand it. And the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has taught me and taught us that this responsibility don't make me better than white people. It makes me responsible. Just like They should take responsibility for what their great-great-grandfathers have done. Now I need to take responsibility for the sacrifices and the bloodshed that my ancestors have done. That's my responsibility. And if we both start taking responsibility, and see, this is the message of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, given to him by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, or we both gonna suffer some consequences. Hey man, you ain't got but one more time to do that. I'll get rid of you real quick. You can say it now or you can wait. But the next one, you out of here, Jack. You have to make your new page and find me. And you wouldn't even say that when if you were here, sir. You'd be so humble. You'd be so sweet and nice and loving. So that ain't the way to go. I'm sitting here telling you who you dealing with, and you're not listening. Um, at the end of the day, we soldiers. I don't give up my being a soldier of the streets. I'm still a soldier of the streets, and as I come into the nation, I'm gonna be even more of a soldier. I'm gonna be a righteous soldier, you know? And that's something that black folk don't know nothing about. We don't know how to be a righteous soldier. All we know how to do is be unrighteous soldiers, killing each other, disrespecting each other, putting each other down. Family ties are gone. Mother against daughters, fathers against sons. That's in your Bible. That's us. Until we learn who we are. It's the only teachings in the world that can do that. There are no other teachings that can do that. All of the teachings that you will hear that are changing black people, it have that in it. The knowledge of self. And in order for you to grow, you can't become hateful. Like this dude who finna get blocked from my page if he come back on here. This ain't a hate teaching. This is just truth that many white people just can't handle. So they come on your page, they don't have no profile picture. Cowards. They call it hecklers, but I know it's cowardism. Because if you were bold like me, you'd have a profile where people can reach out at you. I'm a fearless black man. You don't scare me. The only thing that scares me is being out of favor with Almighty God Allah. Nothing else is makes me afraid. So don't come on here with that. You at the wrong spot. You here to humble yourself and be taught because I really have a message for you that'll change your heart. If you would but listen, it ain't my message. It's the message of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And if you don't want to listen to the message of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and you don't want no medicine for your sickness because you sick, you know you are. You don't want me to say it because I'm black. But you know you sick. You need a doctor. And I got the doctor. I know him. I'm trying to walk in the master's shoes. So don't be upset with me because I'm trying to raise the consciousness of my people. Don't come on my channel with that foolishness because you wouldn't do that, brother, if you was in over here. So don't act like you somebody on here that you not, because you know you're not that. You just a little white boy who don't like the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And you ran into a bold black man that you don't want no problems with. I don't have no love for you if you don't have no love for me. You dealing with a person that'll tell you to your teeth. And I live this. So, brother, just either just get off the channel. Just move around. if you don't like it. Because the message of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is the message to the black man. It ain't the message to the white man. It's the message to the black man. And the message to the black man is do for self, suffer the consequences. Period. The consequences are their family. And the consequences are if you don't want to do right by us, then God ain't gonna do right by you. Period, point blank. You can't expect for your country to thrive if you don't do right by black people. Period. I'm telling you why you get sick. I'm telling you why the things that are happening to you are happening to you. Some of you even know it's from God. Some of you even know it's a whooping from God. But I'm telling you, God is chastening you, and it's not over. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has taught us that there will be a fall of America. And the fall of America, well, we ain't talking about religion, brother or sister. We're not talking about religion. We're talking about truth. Do you want to talk about the truth? We ain't got to talk about religion. But can you deal with this truth? If Jesus still saves, which he does, many of you don't know the Jesus because you ain't saved. You ain't saved from nothing. What are you saved from? Are you saved from China retaliating for what you did to them? Are you saved from the Native American? From what you continuously do to the darker peoples of the earth? Are you saved? Did Jesus save you from that? The one you talking about? Because my Jesus saves. I believe in Jesus. But I don't believe in no blonde hair, blue eyed Jesus, the one you taught me about. No, I don't believe in him. And I'll tell you why. It ain't because I can't take it if he was blonde haired and blue eyed. If the Bible said that he was blonde haired, blue eyed, I'd be looking for a blonde haired, blue eyed Jesus. But that ain't what the Bible said. The Bible said he had feet the color of burnished brass, and he had hair like lamb's wool. There's some white people out there got some frizzy hair. But I ain't never seen a white person with the feet the color of burnished brass unless they were sick and wasn't getting the proper blood flow through their legs. And even then, it was like a purplish, bluish black. It wasn't the color of brass. So that whole blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus is out, which is a lie then. So now I've been looking at a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus in my church, on my walls, in my family's houses. I've been watching this blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus and this psyche of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus has been displayed over and over and over and over. And when I think about Jesus, and when Mama say pray, I'm subconsciously thinking about a white Jesus when that ain't who the Bible said. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that. Black people should not only support black businesses, but we need to help smart black people to put stores and other businesses in our hoods and support them. That's absolutely true. I totally agree. I absolutely agree. And ain't nothing to it but to do it. And you don't have to announce it when you do it. Just do it. Just go help the community in the ways that you know how to help them. And Allah will bless you, and Allah will be there to see it grow. It's our time. Hey, Donald McNeil, you're gonna have to work on your spelling a little bit because I can't understand you, sir. Okay, he was from King Solomon and David. So yes, he had black blood. He suffered from the world, can go to heaven. This world is about over. That's why it's time goes fast. Time is about up. That's right. We had it in the 60s and 70s. Wallace D sold out. What is Allah's plan for DARPA N3? Listen, the white man's world of white supremacy is over. It's over. It's absolutely over. It's taking a little longer for white people to see it and understand it. Some of them are understanding it, some of them are getting it, but many of them is taking a little longer than others, like yourself, Spooky Crispy. Uh, his world, it's over, brother Shabazz. It's over. You know it. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that he only have a little time left before he's totally wiped out. We reap what we sow. And as we reap uh evil, we know that if you sow the seed of evil, then whatever grows, it's gonna come up evil. So it is the case with black people in America. You try to say that we are evil, but you planted us this way. We are the descendants of slaves. Did you forget? And then here you are in 2026 still trying to convince black people that some of us were already here. We know that, but you still came over there and got us. We was going back and forth. Don't try to just hold us to one spot. Yeah, we were here, but we left and we will come back. And we left. We was having motion. Don't act like you the only one having motion back then. We had motion. And you stole us. That's a fact, man. I can't believe we still fight about that. And the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said in the O.J. Simpson trial, O.J. Simpson he was found innocent of murder. Well, not guilty. They found him not guilty of murder. But, I believe he said in a civil trial, I'm paraphrasing, that they found him a responsible. White people didn't do the evil that their great great grandmothers did to us. He said, but they are responsible for the evils that their forefathers did. Now, if I can take responsibility, black man, for picking up where my ancestors left off right before you lynched them, if I decide I can pick up where my ancestors left off, just like you would want to do with your family, Then why can't you? Man, we already know that you created race. He said, if that's the case, there's no such thing as race. We're all one. Yeah, we're all one in the sense that there is no such thing as race. You created race. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that race came when you came. You wanted to divide the people up into races. So race came because you came. We didn't create race. We didn't even see what you now call the Spanish or the Mexican brother. We didn't see him as that. He was black. He was a black man just like us. He was our brother, and he is our brother. You created this race so you could divide us, and that's exactly what you've done. You divided us so that you could conquer us. And that's exactly what you have done. You've done a marvelous job. At your job, you've done wonderful. No one can deny the job you've done is remarkable. And I think you should take responsibility for what your forefathers have done. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad demands that you take responsibility for what your forefathers have done. Who else is going to take responsibility for it? You sitting in their shoes. You reap the benefits. Many of you who are born into money reap the benefits of old slave money and blood, sweat, and tears. That's just the truth. This is the legacy, the history of America. Many of y'all want to say some stuff. I can't see your little foolish message. Anytime you say something foolish, uh, my page gonna block it. So I don't even see it. And you can't hack me. I got a super duper uh what is it called? Brother Shabazz, what do they call that? Two-finger authentication. I love my people. And I don't hate white people. Uh I come up in the South and I come up in the South. My mother is a welder. My mother raised me, reared me with no father in the home. Common story of a black man, right? But my grandfather was there. And yeah, man, it's our this is the condition of the black man and woman after we became slaves, and unsettling to settle on these shores has been hell. Ain't no hell underneath the ground for black people. It's right here on top of the ground. And we watch white people live in a heaven that we know they didn't borrow it, they stole it. And then when you stand up and say that, you spreading hate. Like y'all did us a favor. You didn't do me no favor. I'm not here to advocate for you. I'm here to advocate for my people. I'm here to deliver the message of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, period. Through his minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. You guys have been here with us the entire time. Don't believe that bull crap. There you go. I just said that, man. And then here you come. Boy, I knew you was coming. I don't mean no harm, man. I know you. I know you well. And I'm learning that everything that the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said is right about you. You. Why would I listen to you? Answer me. Why would I listen to you? Talk to me. Now, if you're talking the truth, I don't care what color you are. I'm listening, Jack. I want to know the truth. But you can't lie to me no more, man. You can't flim flam anybody who is a student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad through his minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I don't think you can. I think it's a waste of your time. I think you should come on and try to figure out why you're in a hell of a condition. White man, you're in a hell of a condition as well. You're losing your grip. We don't buy that crap no more, man. And you can't scare us with civil war threats. We ain't afraid to die. Half of us already dead anyway. So what can you do? You can't kill us. We already half of us dead now, walking. So and we trying to be liberated, and you trying to get in the way of that. So why would we listen to you? Talk black to me. We deal with you every day on the job. We deal with you. We're not being mean to you. You being mean to us. And as a mature black man, I watch you. You try to run us off the road. Sometimes I'm serious, man. You play games like my son with black people. It's sad. Nobody hates you. Nobody hates you. What we hate is white supremacy. What we hate is evil. What we hate is injustice. What we hate is using God's name to shield a dirty religion. That's what we hate. We hate that you lied about how Jesus looked. We hate that you lied about the children of Israel. We hate that you took the Bible and took it out of context, fit it up for you, and now you don't even understand the book. It's so poison. You take too much of it, it'll kill you. But if you take the right dosage, it's medicine. See, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that through his minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. We wouldn't know that because you didn't teach us that. We didn't know that the word was poison. We didn't know that it was truth and lie in there. And we didn't know that you made history the future and the future history. We didn't know that. We didn't know that you made truth sound, evil sound fair seeming. We didn't know that your evils can be compared to the likes of Satan. We didn't know that. We didn't know that Satan wasn't underneath the ground. We thought he was underneath the ground until the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan came on the scene and taught us about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because some of us are not old enough to know about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So we had to learn it from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And after we learned it, we started trying to stand up on the truth. And when the truth started empowering us, we started speaking out. And here you come, proving that everything that the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said about you is true. Why would you come against a teaching like this? Not one time have you heard me say that I want to see anybody unalive because of what they've done to us. But God said he want to see the people alive that destroyed the children of Israel, that took them and placed them under bondage. God said that. He prophesied it. And I'm telling you what the word saying, you upset. You are a stiff-necked, rebellious people. And we picked up your nature. We got that from you. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of things that play into it. We had our own rebellious ways before you. But since we've been here, we have murdered each other. We have killed each other in the name of what? Our suffering, our pain, our ignorance. We wouldn't know none of this, man. You didn't teach us how to come out of this condition. Brothers like me that come up different. I come up different, Jack. And I'm telling you something that is not a lie. Black people need to hear the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad through his minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. We are Brother Malcolm. We are Brother Farrakhan. We're not going to let you split us up. We're not going to let you divide us no more. We're not going to let you use the CIA and the FBI and the COINTELPRO to make matters look other than what they are. We recognize you now. And all you can do is kill a body. That's all you can do is kill a body. But the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said that what we got in our head, you can't kill that. You can't kill it. So as we get back to this, I want to say again, thank you, strong brothers. One brother said Malcolm X said that too. You're right. He did say it. And in truth, he got it from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Brother Malcolm was a strong student because of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teachings. And he mounted up on that truth in such a way that now all we see is Brother Malcolm. But I have to put things into perspective on this channel because I'm tired of people always saying something about the student, but they don't want to give credit to the teacher. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan put it like this. How can you say you love the product of a teacher and hate the tree that produced the product? Talk to me. He said, how can you say that it was a fluke that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did not produce Malcolm X, when the same man, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, gave you Muhammad Ali? So I have to put that into perspective because it's just the truth. All right, family. Brother Shabazz, I hope you join, man. Brother, salute you as well. All praises due to Allah. America is Egypt. America is that mystery Babylon. America is that mystery Babylon. That's what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad revealed to us. And he showed us where we are in the book. We in there. We're in there strong. We're not in there as some weak milk toast sissies. We in there as warriors, brother. This is the day that all tyrants must be set down. Your day is over. Not because I said your day is over, but because God has said your day is over. Your rule over the darker people of the earth is over. And the moment you get that into your thick head, that you can't control black people anymore, that you can't divide us and conquer us like you used to. The sooner you realize that, the sooner you can go on to repentance, the sooner you can go on to becoming a better human being, and the sooner you might have a chance. Because right now, you don't have too long. All praise is due to Allah.
Had a strong leader. The government caused us to kill him, or they killed him themselves. Come on. Am I telling the truth or what? In our modern era, when Rosa Parks sat down, Martin Luther King stood up, and he died at 39 from an assassin's bullet. Not because King was a bad man, but because King was preaching against America's involvement in the war in Vietnam. So King was assassinated, and now they name streets for him. You don't need streets and alleys and boulevards. You need Dr. King. You don't need Malcolm X Boulevard. You need Malcolm X. We don't need Whitney Young Boulevard. We need Whitney Young. We don't need our leaders to have alleys and boulevards and streets named after them. We want America to get the hell out of the way and leave our leaders alone and let them live. So by killing our leaders, before our leaders could really do the job that God called them to do, we became a people void, never developed. We got hands, but they don't work for us. They're not coordinated. You got white head on black body. So your hands build for your enemy, and you fight for your enemy, but you don't know how to defend and build for yourself. What happened to your head? When somebody gets hit in the head and they get paralysis, their hands don't work for them. Their feet don't work for them. You call the brother handicapped. Well, that's us, brother. We're handicapped. Our hands don't build no factories. We build no schools. We build no hospitals. We don't enter into international trade and commerce like a living people, because every time you get the right kind of leader, they kill him or they talk about him like a dog and make us kill him. And that's why the press calls me anti-Semite, hater, bigot, because they know that you are taught to love. You are taught that God is love. And if I'm a hater, then I have to be either the devil or of the devil. Come on. So when they drop that word out on you about me, you say, I'm not going near that man. He's a hater. He's a hater. Let me ask you a question. Since some of you just met me, who taught you to hate yourself? I wasn't around then. Who taught you not to love your own origin in the world? I didn't do that. Come on. Who gave you that sick mentality that makes you think you're inferior because you are black and only something light, bright, near white, or white is of any value. Who gave you that sick mind? It wasn't Louis Farrakhan. Louis Farrakhan didn't teach you to bleach your hair, to try to be like white people. Louis Farrakhan didn't teach you to buy blue eyes and green eyes so you could be like white people. Louis Farrakhan didn't do that. Louis Farrakhan don't teach black people to walk by black businesses where they should spend their money, but they walk by their own black businesses, put them out of business, and give their money to those who don't care for them or their community. Louis Farrakhan didn't teach you to do that. But Louis Farrakhan comes from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, reverse all of that, and because the Spirit of God has moved on the face of the water. And God said, let there be light. And there was light. And the people that walked in darkness are beginning to see a great light, and upon them hath the light shine. Then those who killed our leaders to keep us in darkness are afraid now because they just can't quite get to me yet. It's too late. I say to the FBI that's present, take this back to your boss. You're too late. I'm on time. And the God of time is with me. Never again will you run black people of leadership. We are on our way up, and no power will stop our rise.
Some of y'all might say, well, I hear him. All praise is due to Allah. Some of y'all might say, well, I hear him, but he must not be talking to me because I'm still going through this. Well, have you joined a black organization? Have you mentally joined? Because it starts right here. It's going to start right here in the renewing of your mind. Have you mentally accepted that you're going to have to unite with your people? Then I don't want to hear about what hasn't happened because it ain't, you're not even you're not doing right. You got to go unite with something, brother, sister. A black organization. That was the purpose of the Million Man March. Was for us to realize what had been done to us, realize where we are so that we could take a stand and make a plan on where we want to go, but not individually, as a people. When the Asians come over here and they become so-called Asian Americans, they don't come over here with an individual political view. They don't come over here with an individual economic view. They don't come over here with an individual financial view. They come together, they pool their resources within their communities, and they don't build hoods. They build networks, they build communities. That's what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches. That's what the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is teaching us. He's teaching us how to become free, not in theory, in deed, in fact. I'm uniting with my people. And it don't mean I'm not gonna be around other people that don't look like me necessarily. It means now we are one mind, one body, one sound. We're connected like a network of thinkers who value the same idea, because all of us are black. All of us are black. I'm talking to brown. I'm talking to all of the darker peoples of the world. All of us. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad's message is for the whole human family. And when we allow these teachings to wash us, you automatically want to join an organization. You can't sit back on the sideline saying, well, that's not me. What he's saying, it haven't happened for me yet. That's because you're still operating under that Christian value, faith thing. This whole, you trying to do it individually. You can't do it like that. That's one of the differences between Christianity and Islam, is that we unify. We unify on every level, mentally, spiritually, socially, economically, on every level we unite. We trying to have one mind. And what mind is that? We are under the mind of who God sent. And we try our best not to deviate from what he said, because it's his message that works, not ours, his. It's hard for us to be humble and think like that, but it's the truth. You can't take bits and pieces of this message and expect to get the entire results. It's not going to work like that. Even for myself, I'm talking to me. I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, we got to get in the direction of trying to join on to a black organization. That's very important. If you just with them and cheerleading, that's cool. But how long? How long you gonna be on the cheerleading squad? I'm asking. I mean, I'm telling you, family. This is a question for all of us, because obedience is better than sacrifice. You can sacrifice your time. You can sacrifice your social media sites. You can sacrifice even some of your money, or even a lot of your money. All of that's good. But obedience is better. It's quite better than sacrifice. So as we get back into this video, my name is Brother Yaya. I'm just your brother. I'm just a humble brother who is in love with the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad through his minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And I'm grateful to have ran into these teachings. I was a wild young man at one point in my life, and these teachings are something that were medicine for my everyday life. Not a message of hate. It wasn't making me hate somebody and me realize that somebody actually hated me. And that if I didn't wake up and realize how tactful, how systematic that hatred is for me, and why the hatred is even there in the first place, I didn't know any of it. So coming into these teachings made me to value who I am. Made me to understand my place in this world, because a lot of us don't feel like we have no place in this world. I don't care how much money you obtain. I don't care how much this and that you got. Some of us actually go at the end of the day and they spend time with themselves and they really don't feel like they have none. It's because you're right. You're missing your purpose. You're missing that wisdom that makes a human being alive. You know, business is the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan taught us that business is the activity of life. And many of us are not alive because we're not doing business with each other. We don't have, we all in each other's business, but we're not doing business with each other. And as a repercussion of that, we find ourselves generation after generation handing down nothing but turmoil, nothing but pain, and a lot of baggage, a lot of weight, a lot of bills. And then here we have an oppressor over on top of us, pointing at us, staring down at us, saying, look at you. You've been over here long enough. Why ain't you up here where we at? It ain't nobody's fault but yours. But the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has taught us that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has said that America is about to fall, just like my phone just did. America is about to fall. She's about to fall. She's falling. She's fallen. Babylon is falling. She's been weighed in the balance and found wanting. She has been weighed in the balance and she's been found wanting. And nothing that she can do will stop God and his judgment. But the repentance, which is the actual turning away from. White folk have to turn away from their racist values. White people have to turn away from their systemic racism, the way they think about other darker peoples of the world. They have to turn from that. This is the message of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So you can't say he's teaching hate. This is your preacher on Sunday morning. The only difference is that his name is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And you don't want to hear this message because he called you a devil. And you have been a devil. You've been a devil. That's not out of hate. I don't hate you. You hate me. Mistreat my people. Not talking about global affairs. I'm talking about everyday little situations with you on a day-to-day basis. You do from a standpoint, and it ain't love. We know what we dealing with. You can't fool us. We know what love is. Enough to know that what you did ain't it. So come on. It's sickening. Black people are tired. Black people are ready to build something for themselves.
Even though I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, I don't fear any evil because God is with me. Yes, I say like David, I have no knowledge of myself, but if the Lord is my shepherd, then I'm not in want. If you listen to me just a few more minutes, you will know beyond the shadow of a doubt that the Lord is my shepherd, because you will never have heard a black man talk like this black man that you hear tonight, because when God raises a man need a college degree. I never finished college. I advise all of you who are there, finish. But God didn't allow me to finish. Because he don't want nobody to claim me but himself. I don't have any letters behind my name. No BS or BA. No MS or MA. No LLD or MD or DD or PhD. But the scripture says, how come this man, having not letters, is learned? Since white America can't claim to be my teacher, and white America can't claim to be my father, then when you hear the son speaking wisdom, don't stop at the son, but ask yourself who taught the boy. Since wisdom is known of her children, now let's move this thing on to its end.
You can't deny family, and many of you might have a different viewpoint, but you can't deny that there's no man on the earth today who has spoken to power the way that the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has done. Okay. But on top of that, his effectiveness, not only with the Black community, but a lot of y'all may not realize his words have changed laws. His words have opened eyes to situations that could have happened, that maybe even would have happened had it not been for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And I say that because they always asking, why do we talk about him like he's messianic? We talk about him like he's messianic because he's walking in the master's shoes. It's not rocket science. When you know the Bible, you stand on what you say you know. And after a while, you don't even have to have the Bible with you. The Bible is in your heart. It's written on the tablet of your heart. So it is with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan and his understanding of the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We look at him in a messianic way because he's walking in the master's shoes. And those of us who believe he's walking in the master's shoes know that the day of the enemy draweth nigh. So we trying our best to align with truth. We all should be afraid when it come down to Allah and his wrath against man. The entire human family is in destruction mode because we've allowed the mind of white supremacy to teach us, to frame us, and to give us our characters. How did he do that? Well, Greenwood. Huh? Black Wall Street. What happened? What happened? Does anybody know? Do you remember what happened? Because what I remember is a black civilization of people, so-called African Americans, came together. They united to build a black front for people who look like them. They had their own newspaper. They had their own journalists. They had their own banks. They had their own food. They had their own farms. They had their own cars. They had their own manufacturing companies. But the hatred, pure hatred of black people made white people decide that they weren't going to allow black people to have that kind of life in a country they felt was created for them. How many of you know and are silly enough to believe white folk when they say that wasn't us? That wasn't us that did that to you. Well, who was it? You mean to tell me everybody that did that just got their bags packed up and went to where? Where did they go? Who was it? Because you got to know it was your ancestors. My great grandmother, her mother was a slave, but my great grandmother was the daughter of a slave. She was a midwife. And I can remember as a young man how much reverence she would give to white people. It was different from the reverence she gave to even the pastor in our community. It was different from the reverence she gave to family members whom she probably respected. They were well off, doing well for themselves, married. She didn't have as much respect for them as she did for white people. And as a young man, I always noticed it. You know, you're a child, you see things different. And I remember asking her, does she like doing what she did? I remember I loved my great grandmother so much. And I asked her one day, Mimoy, do you like cleaning her house? Do you like the way she talks to you and stuff? Is she that your friend? And I just remember her always saying, black people don't have white friends. She's my, employer, and things of that nature was the lane she took. But I remember asking her that because didn't seem like they really liked my great grandmother at all. They only liked her for what she did. And I'll be honest with you, uh, those white people that she worked for those many years, they left her a lot of land. They left her a lot of land, a lot of land, a lot of land. She had land, so much land that some of it, I think two of the places where her land was, they wanted to run a railroad over it. They wanted to build a railroad there. And she was offered so much money to sell her land. And I remember because on one side of this train was white people, and on this side of the train track was black people. So, and she sold it. She sold many of them, many acres of land. And family, it's sad that we've been conditioned to allow the relationship that we have allowed with white people. And I saw it early on, but I ended up coming up doing the same thing almost that my great grandmother did until I ran into the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I wanted better for myself. I wanted to really love myself. And the only way I could do that was to get to know myself and my people and where we come from and what we fought for. We have to know what we were fighting for, family. That's why reading for us should be important. We should want to know whose shoes we should be walking with. Many people walk around talking about, I don't know why God put me here. I'm trying to tell you. God put you here to know where your people left off so you can pick up where they left off. That's your job. And most of us left off in a very terrible condition, left here by white people that don't want to take responsibility. Not now generation of these white people have wanted to take responsibility. Even back in slavery, they didn't want to take responsibility. They didn't even want to consider us a man. So they had to go to war for us to be free, in a sense. And that was by accident, proxy.
In this world, we as human beings are devalued, and things have more value than human beings. I have in my pocket a $50 bill with a dead president, Mr. Grant, on this $50 bill. Now, if I dropped this and didn't remember that I dropped it, somebody would pick it up. And they may not say to me, Brother Farrakhan, you dropped this. They would snatch this and say, and then look real innocent. Because this thing has value now in our eyes. It is paper. I can roll it up. It don't say nothing. I can throw it down. It don't say nothing. It don't cry out. But this has more value than you. Somebody will come along and kill you for this paper with a dead president on it. That somebody has given more value to this than to you and me. They have a Rolex watch bandit ring in Los Angeles. They tell me one man didn't want to part with his Rolex. He evidently valued his Rolex more than his life. So the gentleman robber had a chainsaw and cut off the man's hand with the watch and the ring on it. Since he didn't want to part with the watch, he had to part with what the watch was on. Human beings are going crazy, are gone crazy. The measure of a man is not what he has in his head. The measure of a man is the amount of gold he wears around his neck. So we will kill each other for gold that cannot speak, cannot think, cannot will, cannot dream, cannot desire, cannot bring into concrete reality the thought, but it has more value than a human being. We value fur coats. We value oil. We value diamonds. We value things more than people. So because we have put things over people, then we have devalued what we did not create and put more value on the work of our hands. Let's talk now. How many of you went to church today? Would you raise your hands? That's all? Reverend, we got a problem here. I want to ask this question again. I want you to be truthful. Tell the truth. How many of you went to church today? Seriously, would you raise your hand? Oh, that's a little better than the last one. I'm not going to attack nobody for going to church. But look, have you noticed when you go to church, music is playing, it's real soft, and you start tipping, you know? And then the child make a little more. In church, I'm quiet. If somebody in the congregation step up on the altar where they don't belong, maybe the deacon will say, "Hey, stand down. Don't come up here. This is the Holy of Holies, sir. Get down." I'm making a point, Reverend. I'm really making a point. I want you to hear me well now. Whose church is that? You say, God's house. Is it really? Isn't it your handiwork? Talk to me. You all build churches. They're made out of stone. Some got marble in it. Some got gold in it. And it's really a holy place. So we walk around the church quiet, won't swear. That's the handiwork of man. Any architect can build a church. But which one of them can reproduce you? Don't you see that the real house of God ain't stones? The real house of God is you and you and you and you and you and me and us. But this temple of the living God can only be what it should be when the divine spirit and But if we are devalued, then you'll have more respect for the house of stone than you have for this precious house of God. And so today, human life isn't worth much. We kill each other for hamburger, kill each other for drugs, kill each other for little or nothing. Why? Because we value everything else above this life that we have been blessed to have. May I tell you, my dear brothers and sisters, why God is very displeased with the rulers of this world? And he's going to take them all down, including Margaret Thatcher, Gorbachev, Deng Xiaoping. You can call all the boys off that you admire. Every one of them, God is going to sit down. Christ alone is going to rule this. Now, how many of you that preach that really believe it? Because some of us that preach Christ want the government of evil to stay in power. Talk to me. Some of us that preach Jesus Christ, knowing that this kingdom, his kingdom was not of this world, but we were taught to pray, thy kingdom come, not Bush's kingdom, not Reagan's kingdom, but God's kingdom. Come, thy will be done. What? On earth. But do you really want that? Whether you do or don't, he's going to overturn all the kingdoms of this world. Because there's not one of them worthy to be the steward of human life. Because every one of them have devalued the life of human beings. I say this.
I think that's very important to address. All praise is due to Allah. I thank God for what he was sent to do. This part of the message reminds me of trying to understand thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us of our trespasses as we forgive those who trespassed against us. All of that is relevant to our struggle. And it's so relevant, he's actually about to pull a lot of people out in wisdom right now as he exegetes, as he breaks down this message. But I just wanted to stop and say, for all of you who are watching, I thank you for tuning in and listening to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Some of you for the first time, some of you not. But if we would just try to understand that maybe this isn't a message of hate. Maybe this message is just required. Maybe we deserve an admonishing because no one has admonished us. Everybody else has been admonished by some people, but we have never been admonished by any people. Maybe we deserve it. That's the beginning of repentance, recognizing that you need to hear this message. And I thank God that this platform is designed for this message. And I thank Allah for using this message of truth to awaken people. It's really not an uncomfortable message once you understand it for anybody. It's not as an uncomfortable message as this that we're going through. This that we're going through is a more uncomfortable message than the message of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That we killing each other, and that when you put that in our face and show us what we've been doing, you know, and that's what he is, a beacon of light. He shines light on dark places. So when he's speaking, the light of God is shining on those places that nobody has uncovered. So let's continue to listen and let's continue to conversate. I thank all of you, family, for tuning in.
I'm going to bring this to a conclusion, but I don't want nobody to leave till it is concluded. Your life is so sacred. When you leave here tonight, I want you to go home and look at yourself and know who you are. Let's look at who you are. First of all, you ashamed to be black? Let me hear you. Now, God is no respecter of persons, you know. You don't care nothing about whether you're black or white or red, brown. He doesn't judge you by your color. However, since we live in a world that has judged us by our color, we need to know the value. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said to us, we're not black because we're cursed. We are black because we are the original life in the universe. Listen carefully. Now, all of you who read Bible and Quran, I'll teach it from both books, so you won't think I'm making something up. Black people, as long as you believe that black is a curse, you don't like black. Look at this. When they tell you Jesus is the Son of God, is that right? They said when you see the Son, you see who? For the Son is in the Father and Father is in the Son. What did the Son look like? He looked like Caucasian. They painted him white. That's what they did. Now, if you believe that, look at what it does to your mind. Check this out. If the Son of God is good and God and white, and the Father of that Son is good and God and white, and the opposite of good is evil, and the opposite of God is devil, and the opposite of white is black, then what do you think about yourself? Come on, come on. You don't think too
That's another important spot right there, family. I was on Facebook yesterday, and I took notice to a young black lady who she was trouble. She was trouble, and many of you probably seen it. It's going viral. But she was troubled by the condition of black people and the racism that black people experience, and it was surrounding the Karmelo Anthony trial. And she was just, she was talking about how the mother of Karmelo receiving these hate messages and all of the hate that she's receiving, as though she was out there and she did something to deserve it. And the young lady began to break down, and she was talking about how um, she didn't want to be black, and that's what white supremacy will do, and that's what it was designed to do, was make you feel inferior, make you feel less, make you feel like you don't want to be black. Now, you never told, you wouldn't go to the person who made you feel like that and tell them that you feel that way. So white people don't know that. And for those who do, they are part of the idea of white supremacy. They know. But your common one that you live with in your little neighborhood and stuff, he may not understand it on that level. He may be more like you. And we even heard the minister say this in this message as well. But white supremacy has devalued black people. And every day we watch it continue to play out. We see it play out in the school system. We see it play out in the court system. We see it play out in the work system. Every system that the white man is a part of, black folk are at the bottom of, and we're suffering and we're crying out. And the message of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad through his minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, is designed to get us not only to be conscious of it, but to adopt not only the philosophy, but the practice. So we got to take this message and take it from one level of understanding to a different level of understanding. Whether we are already a part of an organization or not, if we want to see what we see happening in the nation happen, we gotta start doing what the nation is doing. I want to be direct. I ain't seen too many people say it like that, but I'm gonna say it. A lot of us admire the fruit of the nation, and when I say the fruit, I'm talking about the what has happened, what has transpired from the nation. The nation has developed not only one skill but many skills, and these skills are from Allah. It's how to save the black man, how to get the black man to come into the knowledge of himself, God, the enemy of God, the reality of God, and our purpose, the time and what must be done. We understand that we're living in a time now, so we know we are part of the time, and we know now what must be done. So we get in there and we start operating in our function and on our post, right? Well, the message is designed to do that, but not for us to always just hear it and almost like when we at church, get the Holy Ghost, go home, and then go right back to doing what we're doing. We got to come out of that. And inside you, it's a still small voice that's talking, even now. When I say this, I want you to check for it. Family, are we pooling our resources together? Are we donating? Are we offering our money? Not to me. I'm talking about to a black organization. Are we doing that? Because if we're not, we're cheerleading. We're not in the cause. We just want to talk about the cause. And I'm gonna tell you, man, my money get thin. I can't always do what I want to do, but when I have the opportunity, I do. And it's important that we start thinking like that, that it become a responsibility for us to take some of our money and put it into what we believe in. And it's important. It's really, really, really important that we do that. And I want people to get. I'm being ministered to about this whole sideline. The sideline is cool for a bit, but every player want to get up and shoot the hoop a bit. You want to get up and get in there and dribble, and you want to get in there and play defense. You don't always want to sit on the sideline. You want to get up and get in the fight. So this is the day of coming up off the sideline and getting into the fight, being obedient. Because, like I was telling you, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has always taught us that obedience is better than sacrifice. And what better way to do it than for me to be an example of what I'm saying? As I know that the fruit of Islam, they are an example of what they're saying. They don't get up there talking no talk to the people and can't back it up. That's not their way. You understand? I want to be like that. And you might look at the Black Panther Party and you see things in the Black Panther. You have to start not feeling ashamed to look up to somebody. You gotta get to the point to where you don't feel ashamed that you praising your people. Because if you getting so much from your people, they changed your heart, stopped you from smoking, stopped you from drinking, stopped you from being abusive, stopped you from being, promiscuous, taught you how to eat to live, all these different things, right? Or whatever it is that whatever organization you join, if they taught you so much, why not brag on them? They just helped you get your life right. Something that nobody else in the world can do, man. That's priceless. That's better than money. So that's what this is about. It's about change. It's about real change. It's about real change. It's about taking these teachings and carrying them into practice. Period. Especially for us who always admiring. We got to get off that admiration aisle. It's cool. Admiration is wonderful. But admiration won't get you into the kingdom of heaven. You got to go from admiration to dedication, to restoration, and to education. Real education. Not none of this stuff that's going on. So, family, I'll be on here all day. I'll be on here all day. Um, and soon I'm gonna start taking in calls. I'm gonna let people come in. We're gonna have some conversations. I want some of my followers. I have a little over 2,000 followers. I want one of y'all. I would like to have 5 of y'all, but I would say out of the 5, I want, if I could get one of you guys to come on and bring in uh this live right with me. I'm gonna repurpose the live. You'll be shared on my channel where I'll get to at least, 1,000, 2,000. I don't know. I get at least 10,000 views a day, on how many videos I post. So that's on my Facebook page. So if you and it'll be an enlightening conversation. It's not like we getting on here dancing and rapping and singing and jugging and trying to be goofy. We on here talking about everyday problems, everyday situations. I accept white callers, I accept Spanish callers. Whatever you consider yourself, you can come in on my live. I'm not afraid to answer difficult questions. If I don't know the answer, I'm just gonna say, hey, brother, I don't know that. I feel like God will bless me more for telling you the truth that I don't know something than me trying to figure out a way to conjure up an answer for you. Now, if I have a brother or sister online, usually I do. I have angels all around me, just like they have angels all around them. They probably will comment if I don't know. Somebody on here probably will know, and they'll answer that question for you. They have a lot more knowledge in uh, what we're talking about. So I thank you, family. Don't think that I take you for granted. I don't take you for granted. I haven't been posting much on my Facebook, on my YouTube, because for some reason I've been kind of like shadow banded, and I'm a scientist in my own sense. So I'm learning different ways to break that buckle. And I hate that that happened. Um, soon I'm gonna be talking about that in a teaching class. I'm gonna give like a small class on, because we run into it in the nation a lot. We run into a lot of problems with being banded and being, you know, all these different things. And I'm not saying, I've mastered it on how not to get banned, you know, but I do know a lot. And I haven't had many problems. Like right now, this shadow ban, they didn't warn me about it. I just know, I know what my videos usually get, and with the type of layouts that I put on my videos. And you may put a video out, and it could be for any reason. It could be for, the video looking fuzzy. So they'll kind of like slow my content down because I'm not producing, good enough content. All those things, man, we talk about. Um, Maybe in about another 30 minutes, we will we will try to break down some of the lecture. I let people come in, ask questions. Um, if you come on here and you ranting and you won't listen, and I give you the floor and you don't listen, you're not gonna be here long. I don't have that kind of patience, because I'm the most respectful person that you probably will see online. So I'm gonna give you the floor, and I'm gonna allow you to talk and say anything you have to say. I may even lift my finger so I can stop you or slow you down, or so I can ask you a mid question, what they call a mid question. But I won't disrespect you. I value your words, I value your outlook, and I would ask that you do the same thing for me. So, as we get back into this video, family, please make your posts clear at the bottom. Some of you kind of got some typos. I would love to read it. You wrote like a long thing. I love that. I love when you leave the comments like that. I will read them out on the live, and then I will answer them. But I can't read to you. I can't read back to you what I can't understand. Hope that makes sense. Not trying to put anyone down. I just ask you to try to take your time and make sure you making clear what you're trying to say. Thank you.
Much of yourself. Listen to yourself talk sometime. A nigga ain't nothing. If I'm embarrassing you, it's not my fault. I'm just saying what you say. We ain't never been nothing. We ain't gonna be nothing. Who taught you that? Jesus is king. He's a ruler. If Jesus is a ruler,
Hey, family, one more thing before we get started. Family, do me a favor. All of you who are watching right now, whether you like the content, whether you don't like the content, as a human being, as a civilized person, you're sitting here. I'm asking you to make sure that you at least comment, you like it, you speak your hate, whatever. Do something. Support is understood from my end as you commenting, you saying something, whether you like it or not. Thank you, family. Thank you very much. It's not that I'm doing this for the likes, but I think most of you see the perspective I'm coming from. I'm not here to teach nobody no hate, man. And hopefully I can even have some conversations with people who don't look like me so that I can create some content surrounding that subject, because hate is out of the subject. I don't even think about that. I don't have time for hate. I have time for truth. And if the truth sounds like hate to you, then you just hate the truth. So if you're gonna sit here, be civilized enough to say something, or to don't just sit back monitoring me like you God, because you're not. Say something. Be a human. Don't be a bot. I'm not here for likes. I'm not here to make myself rich. I'm already rich. My mind is rich with the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's all I do is read and listen and pray and hope that I can rise up to the occasion. And I'm working on self. So I don't have no time to hate you. I don't have no time to hate you based on your being white. I'm too stuck on how you got the whole system wrapped up around hating me and my people. So I don't have no time to hate you. So if you want to come on and you want to do some live in here in a minute, um, please show up. Be bold as some of you are in the comments. Be bold. That's all I ask. If you're a soldier of the devil, be a strong soldier of the devil. Come on here and be a strong one. Don't come on here being weak. Because I'm gonna be a strong soldier for Allah. And you can't ask me to not teach this when it's freeing my people. You can't ask me not to show this to my people when it's the very thing that made me who and what I am. You can't do that. I will never listen to you. And many of you in my comments talking that kind of talk. I don't think that's fair. I don't come on your show telling you not to listen to Donald Trump. And I'm asking you not to do that to mine. Um, I'll respect yours. Those of you who subscribe, I will subscribe back. By you doing that, please put your tag in the comment section, and I will subscribe to your page. Also, another thing, if you don't like the content, just don't come on. You're not invited. If you don't like it, just go. I don't have to be ugly. You don't have to be ugly. And I think that it works out for both of us. I'm stalling because I have a package at the door and they're delivering it. And I don't want to start this video and then go out and get this package. And then all the noise is going on while the video is playing. You won't be able to hear it. So I don't want to do that to you. So I'm just what I was gonna do at the end of the live, I'm doing now. So yeah, I just would rather if you don't like it, get off. I know if I see something on social media and I don't like it, I'm gonna keep scrolling. Okay. Also, family, join me over on my Facebook page where I create a lot of content surrounding the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad through his minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. He inspires me, and I use my platform to inspire the people with his teachings, with the teachings. And I also use other content as well to kind of break down different matters that go on, relevant things that happen. And I'm nobody's teacher. That's what I do want you to understand. I'm just your little brother who has come into some teachings that change lives. And I would like to see my people free. And so I'm going to share these teachings as much as possible because if you hear them and you accept them, then you can become free overnight. So see what else I want to cover. We're going to talk about the Karmelo Anthony situation in some of the live today. Probably do it at the end, towards the end, or probably be towards the end, but it will be when I start accepting guests on the live. Is there anybody on here that want to come on live? Anybody. It doesn't matter who you are. Do you want to come on the live? And like I said, this live will be repurposed. I'm going to repurpose the live. I'll put the live on Facebook and repurpose it. It'll have dialogue and music and everything to make it heard because some of our conversations are so deep that you would want these same conversations to be repeated. And oftentimes, a lot of us who create content, we may post a video one time thinking, oh, it only got this many, so it wasn't a good video. But yeah, that's not always the case. And so I would repurpose it and put it on different sites and just go from there, family, and let people hear our conversations. You may have conversations surrounding, something totally different. That's fine. I'm not telling you what to come on and talk about or ask about, or if you have advice. So you may want to talk about how I can get more teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Most of y'all know about finalcall.com, but if you don't know about it, you can go to finalcall.com and you can pull up the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad through his minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan in the Nation of Islam. You also can tune in to noi.org, noi.org, and you'll get some more fresh content. Um, I advise some of you to link up with some of the students of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, uh, Brother Ilya Rashad Muhammad, Brother Nuri Muhammad, Brother Riza Islam, Brother BNX, there's many more. Iron Muhammad on YouTube. If you'll go to him, you will be able to see a lot of the lectures there. And yeah, man, this is the type of medicine that you're gonna have to fight these battles that we gotta fight, that we wake up and deal with every day. So I really would like to see that. Thank you. I would really would like to see that. And um, man, if you have any questions, just let me know. While I'm letting y'all watch this video, I'm gonna go pick up this package, and then we'll get back to talking and having more conversation surrounding the teachers. Thank you.
And God is in Jesus. God is a ruler. Jesus and God are white. White man should be a ruler. What should black people be? Servants of white rulership. Check yourself out. When white folk give orders to black people, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. When black people give orders to black people, who the hell you think you are ordering me around? Listen to me. Uh-huh. I know it hurts. You don't like yourself. And you know what? White folk made a deliberate distortion of truth to serve their own political, social, economic ends. Jesus was not a Caucasian. Why don't white people tell the truth? Wait a minute, Caucasians, don't get angry. Don't get angry, white people. Please don't get angry. But listen, white people, if you're a Christian and you believe that Christ is coming again, and he is, when he returns, how are you going to handle it if he comes back and he's black? Taste that. Check that out. Think about that. Just think about it. Well, I ought to ask the preachers in the house, how you going to handle it? Because there's some preachers who will say, what? You's an imposter. We've been waiting 2,000 years to get straight like this. Some preachers would think just like that. Now, I just want you to consider this. The scripture said he had hair like lamb's wool. Stop right there. We ain't got to go too much further. If he had hair like lamb's wool, there's some white people who got some frizzy hair. But let's go a step further. In the book of Daniel, Daniel is talking. He said, I beheld till the thrones were cast down, meaning all the rulers sat down, and the ancient of days did sit. He had hair like lamb's wool. He had feet like burnished brass. He had eyes like flaming coals. He ain't talking about a white man now. He's talking about a black man coming into power again. See, and those of you who can't take wisdom coming from a black man, you better check out now. It's all over. You are not black because you're cursed. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad says you're black because you are the original life in the universe. The Bible says from one blood came all human beings. And the black man and woman is that one blood from whom all human life came. The Quran teaches us that we came from Adam. And the Quran says Adam was fashioned out of black mud into shape. The Quran is telling you that the black man is the original man. He's Adam, the original Adam. Now listen carefully. We want you to value your life from this point on. You can't value what you don't know. You are more than who you think you are. Now don't let the lighter ones of us get disturbed. Some of us light-skinned ones are beginning to feel sad now. What? Farrakhan, tell the real truth, Farrakhan. Now wait a minute. You know as light as I am, if I can preach this kind of truth, every light-skinned person in here should feel comfortable. Don't feel bad. Because we are all part of one family. Lighter or darker. We got to get rid of this thickness of color. But before we get rid of it, we have to teach the truth of it. Couldn't no white.
I think that's another important spot right there. See, we have that problem. Even now, today, where that Willie Lynch letter that the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has spoken on a subject about this, that Willie Lynch letter still thrives and survives within the black community even today. You have darker people who look down on brighter people and brighter people who look down on darker people. And, you know, we divided amongst the tribe. Within the tribe, we divided. You know, you got too many isms, and we didn't create that. And he is addressing it better than anybody else has ever addressed it or could ever address it. So I want y'all to really tune in and listen to this, family. Thank you.
Man, get here without coming through us. If the white man were the first man, we never could have got here because it's a mathematical impossibility for any white person to produce yellow, much less brown or black. They can't do it. Can't do it, white people. We are your father. We are your mother. And the Bible said, honor your mother and father that your days may be long in the land which the Lord your God giveth you. We're just talking a little truth. Now, I don't want any white person in the audience to feel bad. But you know what? This will help straighten out your mind. When you walk around thinking you better because you're white, this will heal you. This will make you say, wait a minute. I came from these people. These people are the origin and source of my life. You didn't know anything until we taught you. You didn't get your knowledge from the ether. You got it from our black fathers. We sent you prophets. We sent you prophets. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. But, brothers and sisters, every human life, no matter what color, is sacred. And no human life should be devalued and put beneath things. Now, bear with me because I want to try to wrap all of this up. And I've got just a few more minutes in which to do it. Now, brothers and sisters, listen. This is critical to understand. Do you know why your life is valuable? More than the sun, more than the moon, more than the stars, more than mountains, more than sea. You know why your life is valuable? Because male and female are made in the image and the likeness of the Creator. And any time you kill another human being, that is like murdering God. I'm going to say that again, man, and I'm going to prove my point. I'm going to prove my point. Son can't think. The sun can only be the sun. We need the sun. It's a beautiful thing. The moon can't think, neither the stars, but you, male and female, can think, can will, and bring into existence what you will. Both the Bible and the Quran talk about what man's capacity is. It is to govern what God has created. Oh, listen to me. Bear with me a few more minutes because I don't want none of you to leave here thinking that anything that we wear or have on or have is what gives us our value. Your value was given to you from the day that you were formed in the image and the likeness of God. Nothing else needs to be given to you. Listen.
That's why the young woman yesterday, when we were dealing with the other situation where the Asian man killed the young man in the store, and they started with the tussling and fighting and all of that. The young lady said after finding out what was going on, she's not gonna let this situation. She was a black lady. She's not gonna let this situation uh with that affect her from going to get her manicure and her pedicure and going to get her wigs. And see, that's what the knowledge of self will change, because you won't want to compromise yourself and your people for the benefit of a little bitty thing like getting your nails and your hair or your wig and your pedicure done. You'll be willing to give up all of that. I guess what kind of even boycott in a sense. You'll be willing to give it all up uh, in order to see your people free. So I think that was important. And this man is just the man of the hour. He's the man of the hour that we're gonna have to listen to him, especially if we want to see a better world.
In the genetic makeup of the male, talking now to the man, God didn't make niggas. I'm going to say that again. Now, don't get uptight, don't get angry, don't get upset. I'm not insulting us. But God don't make niggas. God don't make coons and ham bones and shines. God don't make Uncle Toms and Uncle Auntie Thomasinas. God don't make Uncle Tomahawks and Auntie Tomahawks. This is the creation and the making of all of this sick world. God doesn't make lesbians. God don't make males who want to be females. You didn't hear me? That's not God's doing. It didn't say in the 26th chapter of Genesis, and God said, let's make what we don't know what it is. God said, let us make man in our image and after our likeness. Talk to me. So if you're anything other than that, somebody else been tampering with what God made. Are you listening to me? Give me a few more minutes. And God said, let us make man. Now remember, this is in the Genesis, which don't mean in the beginning of the book. It means in the genetic coding of every male member of the human family. Every female member of the human family. He and she both made in the image and likeness of God. Well, I thought Adam was a man. No. The scripture says, male and female created he them and called their name Adam. So when you say only man is made in the image and likeness of God, what is a woman made in the image and likeness of? Since you, man, couldn't get here without a woman, how in the hell can you make a woman less than yourself when you came through her, from her? I'm talking to you, man. Don't worry, sisters. When we finish tonight, you're going to be back on your throne. All right. But in the male, God gives to every male the capacity to rule, to govern. And he gave man dominion over the fowl of the air, the fish of the sea, and over every creeping thing that crawls upon the earth. Man is by nature a ruler. That's why men are much more aggressive. This is why men lack power. Because men know that power is necessary in order to establish your capacity to rule. Listen good now. God gave man orders. These orders are not in the Genesis, they're in your genes. Be fruitful. Multiply. Replenish the earth. Subdue it. Bring it under your power, man. He ain't talking about be fruitful, have a lot of babies. That's the lower end of that totem pole, brother. When God is telling man, be fruitful and multiply. You learned multiplication, didn't you? There was a multiplier, a multiplicand, and you got a product. God is saying to man, I put you in there. I gave you a brain. I'm breathing into you the breath of life, meaning my own knowledge and wisdom. Now I put you in the earth, and I got you here in a universe of truth. Take what I've given to you, multiply it by what you came into, and produce a product that bears witness to me. Every man by nature is a producer. And whenever a man is denied his divine right, not human right, divine right to be a producer, no man can be a man. because he's a productive man. And when you deny a man the right to produce, you have murdered that man. We gotta stop the killing. Different approach. You listening? Now look at my brothers. Every male in this house is potentially very great. I'm going to say it again. Every male in this house is potentially great. But in order for every man to become a man, somebody got to breathe into you through your ears the knowledge to make you a reflection of God. You can't fulfill your capacity to rule, govern, multiply, and subdue without knowledge. He who deprives you of knowledge deprives you of your divine right. Therefore, he kills your divine right to the capacity to govern, to rule, to multiply, to replenish the earth and subdue it. White man, you have got to stop the killing, for you have killed these black men. And when you kill a black man, you don't have to shoot him to kill him. All you got to do is put him in a position where he can never be what God created him to be. Then you make him your nigger, your tool, your footstool, your boy. Are you listening? So he calls you boy. Hey, boy, come here, boy. And if you stand up like you want to be a man, they beat you down. This is why the Honorable Elijah Muhammad proposed separation. Because the white man, as long as we're under his rule, he's not going to let you be a man in what he calls his house. He'll hire a black woman before he'll hire a black man. Why? What is the nature of a woman that's different from the nature of a man? Come on. Y'all all right? What is the difference with a woman and a man? Now, if the man genetically is coded to be a producer, what is the woman coded to be? She's a producer too. She's a thinker too. Everything that a man is capable of thinking, women are capable. She is our partner in this. But look at the way God fashioned her. I don't want you to be alone, Adam. So I'm going to give you a woman as a what? Help meet, not help mate. Help meet. Now, when you meet something, that means there's an obligation, an expectation, a goal, a purpose, and when you fulfill it and meet the objective, then the objective has met with reality and have become one. A woman is put in the world to help the man meet the requirements, the purpose, the aim that God has put on a man. You don't need a woman if you're not doing nothing. You don't need a woman if you're not going any place. You don't need a woman, brother. That's why you're in hell right now with every woman that you got. Listen good. Listen. You want me to explain why y'all having this problem, right? And you know, sisters, y'all got a problem with us. Is that right? And you know, brothers, we got a problem with our women. Is that right? Our problem is If you ask the brother, where you going? I ain't going no place. What you doing? I ain't doing nothing. What's happening? Ain't nothing happening. Meet my baby. This is my girl right here. This is my woman right here. What you need a woman for? You ain't going no place. You ain't got no objectives she can help you to meet. Only thing you got in your mind, hey baby, come on over to my crib. Come on, mama. You know what a crib is? It's a place where babies hang out. Men don't hang out in cribs. Babies hang out in cribs. Talk to me. This is why white people don't respect us. Because we are on the plane of children. We are playing with each other. We're not living the life that God intended for us to live. Now look, sisters, this ain't written in no book. It's in your nature. You may fall in love with a man, he looks good. He goes to the spa, he works out. And when you see him disrobe, you say, what a hunk of man that is. Until you marry him. Then you want him to produce. And the poor man, then in a few months he's asking, where did the love go? You going downtown at home, ain't got no job, and don't know how to produce a job. You say, well, baby, I'm going downtown. I'll be back. Look at the soaps and tell me what happened. And honey, put the sardines on so that when I get back, I won't have to cook nothing. Well, who's the man in the house? Who's the producer? When she comes home, she got bass in her voice. Hey, where's my food? And the man is saying, well, darling, I was so busy. Or you may take this attitude. Look, you don't tell me. And the only way you can enforce your manhood is to beat her up. And most of our women in here suffer from abuse, men beating up their. What kind of man are we to beat a woman? There's not a man nowhere on this earth that has a right to beat up a woman, brother. You don't beat your woman. I know what you're saying, brother. You don't know my woman. If you had 5 minutes with my woman, you live in her mouth like a dentist.
I think he hit on some points, right? He touched some points that maybe weren't too comfortable, but that's what truth is supposed to do. Truth comes to expose dark places. If there's a dark place and you shine light on it, then the dark place is no more. That's the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad through his minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I can tell you right now, having income, not selling drugs to get income, not stealing but working or running your own business is important. If you got money and you don't have a job, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said, we want to know where you got your money from. That's fair. Because where did you get it from? You can't be talking about truth and then selling drugs to your people. So these teachings are just so beautiful. And you can't water them down. I just want to thank you guys for really allowing this video to prick your hearts the way it has. In a few, I'm gonna take in some videos and see if anybody wants to come on in and have some conversation. Okay. Thank you, family.
But wait a minute, brother. I know your woman. She's my sister. She's my mother. She's my family. I know her. I know what she wants out of life. But sister, it's not the man's fault. So don't beat on him. Don't blame him. He needs help today. He needs help. And if you beat him down, he's going to strike back at you. You're so disappointed in the man, you just beat him down verbally. I don't know why I married you. You just make me sick. I thought you was more man, but I can see you only wanted me for my body. Well, that's all you showed it. You didn't show him too much more. Excuse me, Reverend. Look at how women have been reduced. We got you in beauty contests now. You parading across the stage. 36, 23, 38. You like a piece of meat. Men want to look at you before they buy you. Let me see that. That's not what you are, sisters. You're not a piece of meat. You're a very magnificent creation of God. And anytime a man treats you like a piece of meat, or anytime you are to degenerate into just a piece of meat, boobs and butt, then you have devalued yourself. And what you see is what you get. This is killing the human being. You are not what you should be. You are literally dead. The black man is dead as a man. And sister, if he's dead as a man, you can't be alive as a woman because you are his first teacher. And if you don't know what to teach him, as the scripture said, a wise child maketh a glad father, but a foolish child is the heaviness of its mother. So if you don't know what to teach a male child, you don't know how to make a man. So the black woman is in pain because she has no man. And the black man is in pain because his nature tells him he's a man, but he can't produce the evidence of his man, of his own of his own word. And so you walk around depressed, stressed. So you drink a lot, you smoke a lot, you gamble a lot, you pump iron a lot, You have sex a lot because that's the only way you feel you can show. Oh, man. You're dead. And white folk and their world has killed us. We got to stop the killing. Not only are we dead and devalued, now I want to show you, beloved, how you kill without guns. Did you know that your mind is created to feed on truth? When people deliberately lie to you and feed you lies in the place of truth, they kill your mind and they kill your spirit. White folk told us they found us in the jungle with bones in our nose, swinging from tree to tree. Is that the truth or is it a lie? But some of you don't even know. If you don't know, then if they say it, you have a tendency to believe it. How in the heck could we build their world if we hadn't built one before? You don't take a savage out of jungle and let him build your world. We built their mansions. We cooked their food. We dressed the white woman. How could we do that unless we were civilized? Fathers were master builders. But when they lie to you and you begin to believe a lie, they start killing the power of your mind. Columbus discovered America. All these Indians here. George Washington never told a lie. Chopped down the cherry tree. Abraham Lincoln freed you. Santa Claus is coming down the chimney, bringing you goodies. Come on. Heaven is way up beyond the sun, moon, and star, golden streets up there. They got telescopes now. They can see the far planet Pluto, 4,600,000,000 miles from the sun. They ain't spied heaven yet. If you don't get it on this earth, you ain't gonna get it at all, brother and sister. They lied to you. Kill your mind. Let's stop the killing. Let me show you how you kill a woman without pulling a trigger. Brothers, raping a woman is akin to killing her. Rape is up in the black community. And most black women that are being raped are not being raped by white men. They're being raped by their own. Do you know, brother, that when you take a woman against her will and violate her, she is scarred for life. And unless God redeems her, she can't come back from that. Many women that have been raped have never from that point been able to relate to a man properly. She's, for all practical purposes, dead as a woman. Because her nature is to console a man. Her nature is that a man should find heaven, peace, quiet of mind in her. But when she has been raped and abused by a man, it's difficult for her to ever give a man the heaven that God put in her for a man. This is how you kill a woman. You kill a woman when you bring a little girl in the world and the little girl is growing up and her father takes his daughter to bed with him. That's killing the little girl. Any woman that's here, and most of our women have suffered incestuous abuse, brothers and sisters. Many of our young girls have been abused by their own fathers, by their brothers, by their uncles. Some young men have been abused by their uncles, their cousins. When you take a young girl that trusts her father, and literally he becomes the first man in her life, and that's the man that she's going to pattern the men that she will learn to love after him. And then the man can't handle it and takes the girl to bed. Reverend, we got to preach about these things. Not necessarily in the spirit that we are so much better than the people who are doing this, but we got to get our men up out of that sick mind where you're killing your girls, killing your daughters, killing your stepdaughters. Some of you women who have babies, female children, and you're young and beautiful. You go out, your husband is gone somewhere or out of the picture. You get a man, you're not looking to see what kind of man that is for your children. You love him and that's all there is. But sometimes he's looking over your shoulder at your daughter. And while you are going places, he's playing with her. Sometimes your daughters are trying to tell you, and some of you mothers are so weak. You don't want to lose a man, so you don't listen to your daughter, and you blame it on your daughter when it's not your daughter's fault. We got to stop the killing. A man may say, I'm guilty of that, but how can I get out? I tried to study this. God blessed me with 5 beautiful daughters. And you know what? If my daughters came up on this stage, you see them around me, and they literally adore their father. Their husbands to get a husband like their father. And I try to understand what makes men do this. I don't think yet that I fully understand because I've never been that, so I really don't understand, but I'm trying to penetrate it. And what I think happens is this. Mothers get careless with themselves and they lose the capacity to console and comfort their husbands because he's not really the man that they thought he was. He's the father of their children and they've been together for 20 or 30 years, but the thrill is gone. She's not happy with herself, so she eats too much. And she begins to get fat and then ugly. and then ugly. No. I'm not putting you down, but listen, sisters, if you don't love yourselves and you allow yourself to let yourself go, look at the white woman. She's 90 years old in the spa, trying to keep herself trim so she could trap somebody. And here you are, 35, just eating yourself to death. Practically all our women are obese, overweight, bellies falling down on our knees. And that man that you married is looking at you. He got old and ugly too, but he remembers you the way you used to be. And then your daughter come up looking like you used to look. And now she loves her daddy. And when he comes home and he says, baby, would you fix me a sandwich? Fix it yourself. Then the daughter says, Daddy, I'll fix it for you. She said, baby, I got a pain in the back of my neck. Well, hell, don't work your neck. But daddy, and she'll put her hand on his neck because she feels his pain, his hurt. You mothers are setting your homes up for destruction. And it's not really your fault. It's our fault as men, and it's not really our fault. It's the enemy's fault because he don't allow us to be the producer, the man that we should be. So the longer we live and stay together, the light of love begins to diminish and diminish and diminish. And then the man starts ripping off his daughters. Start to kill him. In our world, the holy world, the penalty for rape is death. We don't send nobody to prison for that. We kill them. You know why? God said a life for a life. And since you've effectively killed a woman, the only thing that can compensate for that is your own death. The divine law of God brings you death for incest. We got to stop the killing. I don't think I should close on such a hard note. But you see, killing goes on every day in different ways. Now we got to turn it all around and produce life where there once was death. And you know how to do it? You know what death is? Death starts when the human being rebels against the God who is the author of our life. Once we rebel against God, we set up the death of ourselves and our mind. This is what happened to Adam. When he rebelled, the scripture says all in Adam died. What is the death? Rebellion against God. And that's why Jesus said, thy will be done. When you do God's will, you become alive mentally. To the Caucasian people who are present, I want you to hear me and not be angry, but think. The mind of white supremacy is death for you and death for all those who come under your rule. White folk were given power to rule what they did not create. And when God gave white people the power to rule, he gave them the guidance of how to rule. And when they rebelled against God's guidance and ruled according to their own mind rather than God's mind, then death was set up in the mind of white people, and they became death itself. I want you to hear me now, white people. Hear me, black people. I'm not teaching hate. I'm teaching truth. White people's mind represent death itself. Now, that's not funny. It's just plain truth. Follow this. Why do I say that, white people? Because when you rebel against God, that in itself is death. And when you set up your color as the criteria which you judge the worth or lack of worth of another human being, then your mind is covered with death. And when white people began to believe that the whiteness of their skin made them, then the very people from whom they came, then they became in that mind a scourge to the planet. And everywhere the white man went, he brought death to the native people wherever he went. Listen to me good. You don't have to applaud. Just hear me. If I'm lying, stop me. I didn't write your history. You wrote it in the blood of the human family of our planet. When white people dehumanize people of color, they already dehumanize themselves. Am I telling the truth? Finally, if you read in the book of Revelations, it says, and I saw a pale horse, and death was its rider, and hell followed closely behind. You know why the scripture uses a horse? Because the horse is the most intelligent of the beasts. And when human beings do not evolve toward God, they are intelligent but low-life, then the human intelligence becomes the intelligence of a beast. And when death is the rider of human intelligence, how does death ride your intelligence? You know, horses don't accept riders unless they're broken. The mind of a human being will not accept no rider but God. God is the natural rider. But when death takes God's place and rides human intelligence, then everywhere we go, hell follows closely behind us. How does death ride your intelligence? When your intelligence is used to rebel against God, then death is riding your mind, and everywhere you go, hell will follow right behind you. Now, what's riding your intelligence right now? Is it God and life, or is it Satan and death? And if you look at your life, you don't see nothing in it but hell. Come on. There's hell in the home because death is riding in the house. There's hell in the church. There's hell in the mosque. There's hell in the synagogue. There's hell in the White House. There's hell on the earth because man has rebelled, and in his rebellion, death has come over the intelligence of the human being. So the human being is a beast in human form, and the people of God have the mark of the beast in their forehead and in their hands. Some of you in this audience are masons and shriners. I'm closing now, but don't get up. When you go in the lodge, how many degrees can you get? How many? 33. Stop right there. Is water the origin of life? What temperature does water freeze at? What temperature? 32. So if you got 33 degrees, you just 1 degree above freezing. That means you're dead too. Now let's see if I'm telling the truth. Y'all all right? Just walk with me, Masons. Masons, is this a horizontal? Why is it horizontal? Because it is on the same plane as the earth. Is that right? That's a horizontal level. That's a dead level. When you're like this, you either sleep, dead, or sick. Come on. When you're laying down, you sleep, you're tired, you're dead, you're sick. But the moment you wake up, you get up. When you get up, your head rises first. Don't nobody get up throwing their foot up first. When you get up, your head comes up first. Then the head pulls the body up. Am I right? Now, if you got 3 degrees, 4 things, you can't even tell 3 degrees. That's like this. You still at a dead level, brother. You talking about I'm at a living perpendicular. You ain't seen perpendicular. There's no perpendicular in the lodge. Because to be perpendicular, you have to make right angles to the earth. And every right angle is how many degrees? 90 degrees. And they don't offer you 90. So let's go back to where you are. Now, y'all all right? I'm closing now. When you reach 33, this is where you are. You ain't even 45, which is half of 90. You're right here. So if you're there, you're crawling in a cave-like state. You're not up yet because this world can't raise you up because this world is death itself. White folk, your world is death. Death rides your intelligence. And now the hell that you've given everybody else, as Malcolm said, those chickens are now coming home to roost. Well, who will raise you from the dead? They said a master has to come with a master grip and raise you up. I'm here to suggest to you that the master has come. And I'm here to suggest to you that we don't have to live with death riding our intelligence. We can throw off death as a rider and let God ride. Don't you sing a song in the church? Ride on, King Jesus. What did Jesus come to Jerusalem riding? Come on. He was riding a donkey. Well, some say he was riding a jackass. Jesus was riding a donkey. You know what that means? It means the unlearned masses of the people
Getting deep, brothers. It's getting. I think I'm gonna go ahead and take that call. We're gonna go ahead and ask right now if there is anybody who wants to talk. Let's go. Anybody, I'll pull you on to the live and we can have some discussion. Anybody want to jump on the line? Okay. Now, thank you, family, for all of you who tuned in. I appreciate everybody. I want you to hit that like, hit that subscribe button, and we're gonna do this a lot more. We're gonna listen. We're gonna discuss world matters, and then I'm gonna ask, does anybody want to come in and have discussion? Um, like I said, thank you so much for tuning in. I can't say right now when I do my next live. I may say in about 2 hours. Uh, but I'm about to be really, really on my streaming and on my live, real strong. So thank you, family. Thank you for tuning in. Peace.